There's a moment in every great story when the world holds its breath, when the weight of a single decision can change the course of history. Tonight, we step into one of those moments, high atop a windswept hill in Middle-earth, where the fate of a kingdom waits in the hands of a young leader named Eorl. The air is thick with the scent of distant fires, and the plains stretch endlessly before him, wild and untamed. These lands, so vast and empty now, will one day become the rolling fields of Rohan, home to horse lords and legends. But tonight, they are just a promise, a whisper on the wind, and Eorl stands at the crossroads, his heart torn between the safety of his people and the call of something greater. Can you feel it? The tension in the air, the quiet before the storm. Wherever you're listening from right now, whether it's the hush of midnight or the golden light of dusk, we'd love to know. Drop a comment below and tell us where your journey into this tale begins, because this isn't just a story about kings and battles. It's about courage, about the bonds that shape nations, and the choices that echo through time. Close your eyes for a moment and picture it, the flicker of torchlight on Eorl's face as he gazes into the darkness, the chill of the wind carrying whispers of an ancient alliance. The world around him is shifting, and he knows, somewhere deep in his bones, that this is the night everything changes. The land itself seems to hum with possibility, as if the very earth is waiting for his answer. And though the shadows of war loom in the distance, there's a glimmer of hope, too, a promise that from this uncertainty, something magnificent will rise. That's the magic of Rohan's story. It's not just about the battles won or the crowns forged. It's about the people who dared to believe in a future they couldn't yet see. So settle in, wherever you are, and let's travel back together to this pivotal night. By the time we're done, you'll feel the wind on your face, hear the distant thunder of hooves, and understand why this moment, this decision, would shape Middle-earth for ages to come. The journey begins now. The firelight dances across the faces of the gathered chieftains, carving shadows into the deep lines of worry and determination etched there. Around Eorl, voices rise and fall like the wind, sweeping across the plains, some sharp with fear, others bold with conviction. An older warrior, his beard streaked with silver, grips the hilt of his sword as he speaks of dark rumors from the west, whispers of orcs gathering in the mountains, of ancient evils stirring in forgotten corners of the world. His words hang heavy in the air, but then a younger rider steps forward, her eyes alight with something fiercer than fear. She speaks of wide grasslands untouched by plow or fortress, rivers teeming with fish, and skies so vast they could swallow every sorrow their people have ever known. Eorl listens, his gaze drifting to the horizon, where the last embers of sunset bleed into starless dark. The weight of the decision presses against his chest, not just as a leader, but as a man who loves his people too deeply to gamble their lives lightly. Yet when he closes his eyes, he doesn't see the dangers ahead. He sees generations unborn galloping across open fields, their laughter ringing where only silence lives now. He sees hearth fires glowing in halls that haven't yet been built, and in that moment, something settles inside him, quiet and unshakable. When he finally speaks, his voice carries the certainty of a river carving its path through stone. They will go west, not for gold or glory, but because the truest courage isn't the absence of fear. It's choosing to walk forward despite its cold grip on your throat. The chieftains fall silent, then one by one, they touch their hands to their hearts in the old way, a pledge without words. Torches are lifted high, not in triumph, but in defiance of the gathering dark. For the first time in years, the wind smells not of smoke and loss, but of something wild and green and waiting. And so, with the stars as their only witness, the great ride begins. Hooves stir the earth like thunder before rain, and the land itself seems to whisper back not in warning, but in welcome. The dawn breaks pale over the river's edge, its silver surface churned to foam by the endless stream of hooves plunging into the current. Thousands strong, the Rohirrim cross into lands unknown, warriors with their spears held high, mothers clutching children close, carts groaning under the weight of all they've carried from the north. At the head of this tide rides Eorl, his banner, a white horse on green, snapping like a living thing against the morning sky. Behind him, the sentinels of Gondor stand silent on their towers, their faces unreadable. Some watch with hope, others with wary suspicion, but none interfere. This is the Rohirrim's road now, and they must walk it alone. The first warning comes as the sun climbs toward noon. A scout gallops back from the ridge ahead, his horse lathered with sweat. His words slice through the rumble of wagons, orc warbands, thick as crows on a carcass, skulking in the rocky defiles to the west. They've torn through a handful of Gondor's outposts already, leaving no survivors. The path ahead is no longer just untamed wilderness, it's a gauntlet. Eorl doesn't hesitate. With a gesture as calm as if he were ordering the evening watch, he sends outriders fanning into the hills, their bows strung and spears loose in their grips. The main column tightens, shields shifting to the flanks, children herded toward the center. There's no panic, only a grim tightening of jaws, a quieting of voices. These people have known war before. They know the price of hesitation. The first attack comes where the land narrows into a twisting pass, the stones streaked with old bloodstains no rain can wash away. A hail of black arrows arcs from the cliffs above, but the Rohirrim are ready. Shields rise as one, a turtle's shell of painted wood and iron, and the deadly rain clatters harmlessly aside. Then the horns sound, not the shrill cries of orcs, but the deep, resonant calls of Rohan's riders. From the high ground, hidden horsemen surge downward, their charge timed to split the orc lines like an axe through rotten timber. It's over in minutes. The survivors flee shrieking into the rocks, but the victory leaves no cheer in its wake. Eorl dismounts beside a fallen rider, a boy barely old enough to braid his hair like a warrior. Kneeling, he closes the child's staring eyes with fingers that tremble only once. Around him, the land is too quiet, as if holding its breath. This is the truth of their journey. Every mile will be paid for in blood and sorrow. Yet when Eorl stands, his voice carries across the stillness, not with rage or grief, but with a steady certainty. We ride, he says, and they do. Through the long afternoon, the column presses forward, their pace measured but relentless. Scouts dart ahead like minnows in a stream, returning with whispers of ambushes avoided, of paths cleared by Gondor's rangers years ago, and now half reclaimed by thorns. The land itself seems to test them, a river too deep to ford, a slope too steep for wagons, a stretch of cracked earth where nothing grows but twisted brambles. Yet with each challenge, the Rohirrim adapt. They dismantle carts to build rafts, They lash ropes to haul their goods up crumbling slopes. They share water skins when the springs run foul. And always, always they watch the shadows. As dusk paints the sky in bruised purples, the riders make camp on a hill too steep for surprise attacks. Fires bloom like tiny stars against the gathering dark, and the smell of roasting meat mixes with the tang of whetstones on blades. Eorl walks among his people, pausing here to clasp a shoulder, there to murmur with the elders. No one speaks of the dead boy, not yet. Some griefs need silence before they can bear words. But when the moon rises, full and heavy, Eorl stands alone at the hill's crest, his cloak billowing around him like wings. Below, the plains stretch westward, endless and whispering. Somewhere beyond the horizon lies their future, not just safety, but a home worth the scars it will cost them. He doesn't pray. Men like Eorl don't beg favors from the stars. Instead, he makes a promise to the land, to his people, to the ghosts who will ride with them always. They will endure, they will remember, and when the time comes, they will rise. The first scream echoes across the cracked earth, just as the sun dips low, turning the brown lands into a sea of molten copper. A riderless horse bolts past Eorl, its flanks streaked with foam. Then the arrows come, not the scattered shots of bandits, but the disciplined volleys of orc raiders who have stalked them for miles. Eorl shout tears through the chaos as shields snap up, but not fast enough. A wagon erupts in flames, its precious cargo of seed grain vanishing in a roar of sparks. The smell of burning wheat mixes with something darker blood, and the rancid sweat of orcs, swarming from the gullies like rats from a disturbed nest. What follows isn't war, but butchery. The Rohirrim fight back with the cold precision of those who know extinction waits for any mistake. Spears find throats. Axes split skulls. A young rider, barely old enough to shave, drives his blade through an orc's gut, only to crumple when a rusty hook tears open his side. His mother, a healer with hands still stained from birthing a babe that morning, drags him behind the lines, but the wound whispers the truth in every gurgling breath. By the time the last orc falls, the ground is slick with black and red, and the air hums with flies drawn to the feast. Eorl kneels beside the dying boy, pressing a water skin to lips already tinged blue. The mother's wail cuts deeper than any blade, a sound so raw it silences the victorious shouts around them. Her fingers clutch at Eorl's sleeve, not in accusation, but in a plea no king can answer. Why? The question hangs between them, heavier than the smoke still coiling from the ruined wagon. For a heartbeat, Eorl's certainty wavers. Was it arrogance to think they could carve a home from this wasteland, to trade familiar terrors for new ones? Then his fingers brush the boy's cold cheek, and he remembers the north, the cramped valleys where children starved in hard winters, the crumbling forts where elders whispered of Gondor's abandoned granaries. This death, at least, buys something. He rises, turning the mother's face gently toward the west, where the last light gilds a distant river. See that water? His voice is hoarse but steady. Your son's blood waters the road to fields where your grandchildren will never know hunger. Around them, the camp stirs back to life, not with celebration, but purpose. A blacksmith pounds dents from a shield. Two girls barely taller than their spears stand guard over the salvaged supplies, and the mother, she does not weep again. She picks up her son's knife and begins sharpening it, her strokes slow, deliberate. The blade's song carries farther than any lament. Eorl walks away, his boots leaving dark prints on the thirsty earth. The doubts still whisper, but now they have a counterpoint, the rhythmic scrape of steel on stone, the sound of a people choosing to go on. The trees rise like sentinels from another age, their gnarled roots clutching the earth as if holding on to memories too old for mortal minds to fathom. Fangorn Forest looms before the Rohirrim, a wall of shadow and sighing branches where the very air tastes of moss and ancient secrets. Horses flatten their ears, nostrils flaring at scents no human can detect. A damp bark, the musk of unseen creatures, something deeper that prickles the skin like static before a storm. Even the wind changes here, dropping to a murmur as if afraid to disturb the forest's slumber. A rider named Hengist spits into the dirt, his knuckles white around his spear. No good comes from places that watch you back, he mutters, eyeing the shifting patterns of light and dark between the trunks. Others nod, their hands straying to amulets woven from horsehair charms against the unseen. But Eorl dismounts, his boots sinking into loam that hasn't felt the weight of kings in centuries. He places a palm against the nearest oak, its bark rough as dragon hide beneath his fingers. The elves of old called these woods friend, he says, not turning from the tree. Their voices may be gone, but their gifts remain. A ripple passes through the company. Some remember fireside tales of the elder days, when silver-clad lords walked beneath these boughs and sang the stars into being. Others know only the warnings, travelers who wandered into Fangorn and returned hollow-eyed, babbling of eyes in the dark. The debate simmers until a child's laughter breaks the tension. A little girl chasing a butterfly that shouldn't exist so deep in autumn. It settles on her outstretched hand, wings shimmering with colors no mortal dyer could replicate. The sight stills even Hengist's tongue. That's when they feel it. Not a sound, not a scent, but a presence. Like the moment before a thunderclap, when the air itself holds its breath. High in the branches, something moves, not a bird, not a squirrel, but a shape woven from dappled shadow and slanting light. If you blinked, you'd miss it. But Eorl doesn't blink. He tilts his chin up, offering no challenge, no plea, just the quiet respect one gives to a fellow hunter in the wild. For 3 heartbeats, nothing happens. Then a single leaf drifts down, brushing Eorl's shoulder before landing in his open palm. It's gold as a newborn sun, though the trees around them wear the dull greens of fading summer. The message is clearer than any horn call. You may pass. The company moves forward, hooves muffled by centuries of fallen leaves. Deeper in, the forest breathes around them, creaks and rustles, forming a language just beyond understanding. Occasionally, a branch sways without wind, or a root seems to shift slightly underfoot. No one speaks of it. Some gifts come wrapped in silence, and always flickering at the edge of vision, the sense of being weighed, measured. Not by enemies, not by beasts, by something older than the idea of kings. Eorl rides with his reins loose, his face tilted toward the canopy, where stray sunbeams pierce the gloom like spears of forgotten light. He doesn't look for their unseen watcher. Some conversations are meant to be felt, not heard. By the time the first silver birches mark the forest's western edge, even Hengist has stopped glancing over his shoulder. The fear hasn't vanished. It's been replaced by something stranger. Awe, the the kind that lingers in the bones long after the moment has passed. As the last rider clears the trees, a gust surges through Fangorn's depths, carrying a whisper that might be words, might be wind, might be both. Remember. No one turns back, but every man, woman, and child straightens in their saddle, as if answering a call only they can hear. The golden light of late afternoon spills across the plains like honey, so thick and warm you could almost drink it. After the whispering shadows of Fangorn, the sudden vastness steals the breath. From every throat, endless seas of grass, rippling in the wind, dotted here and there with stands of birch glowing like candle flames. The Rohirrim stand motionless, even the horses gone quiet beneath them. It's one thing to dream of open land. It's another to see it stretch before you, alive and waiting. Eorl slides from his saddle, his boots sinking into earth, so rich it smells like bread fresh from the oven. The grass reaches his knees, each blade tipped with sunlight, and when he closes his eyes, the wind carries 100 voices. The sigh of a mother rocking her child, the distant thunder of horses yet unborn, the creak of a plow turning soil that has never known a harvest. This is no mere wilderness, it's a cradle. A hand touches his shoulder, Hengist, his face unreadable. Gondor's riders approach. He murmurs, nodding eastward where a dust cloud rises. The messengers come at a trot, their black banners stark against the gold. At their head rides a man armored in silver gray, his face lined with the weight of too many winters at war. Cirion, steward of Gondor, dismounts with the creak of old wounds, but his gaze is sharp as a hawk's. No titles are spoken, no fanfare greets them. The two leaders measure each other across the swaying grass, and the silence between them holds more than words could carry. Cirion speaks first, his voice roughened by years of shouting orders over battle's din. You've come far, son of the North, farther than most dared hope. His eyes flick to the ragged column behind Eorl, the hollow-cheeked children, the bandaged warriors, the wagons still scorched from orc fire. The land you see is called Calenardhin. Once it fed kingdoms, now it guards only ghosts. Eorl's fingers curl into the soil, letting it spill through his grasp like time itself. Ghosts make poor company for the living. Cirion's smile is thin, but not unkind. Then let us speak of the future. He unrolls a parchment, its edges frayed from long keeping. The terms are simple, yet they land like stones in a still pond. Gondor will grant these lands to Eorl's people in perpetuity. No tribute, no fealty forced by sword point, only an oath that when the shadow rises in the east, Rohan will answer Gondor's call. The weight of it settles over Eorl, heavier than any crown. This is no mere chieftain's duty now. To accept means binding generations yet unborn to a war they cannot imagine. To refuse means turning his back on the safety his people have bled for. The wind shifts, carrying the scent of snow from distant mountains, and in that breath, Eorl hears the echo of a choice made centuries ago by another young king standing on another brink. He lifts his head, meeting Cirion's gaze. My people are riders, not pawns. We will keep our own counsels, carve our own fate. A beat passes, then softer. But when the darkness comes, you will not stand alone. Something unclenches in the steward's shoulders, relief or regret, perhaps both. He extends his hand, and Eorl grasps it, their wrists pressed together in the old way. No scribe records the moment, No minstrel sings of it yet, but the grass remembers, bending beneath their joined shadows as the sun dips low, painting the plains in hues of fire and blood. Some promises are too vast for parchment. They must be written on the land itself. Behind them, a child laughs, chasing a grasshopper through the stalks. The sound is small and bright against the immensity of the sky, and Eorl knows this is why kings kneel, not for power, not for glory, for the chance to plant seeds you will never see bloom. The air atop Amon War hums with the weight of centuries, as if the very stones remember the oath spoken here. Eorl's boots scuff against ancient carvings, worn smooth by wind and time symbols left by kings, whose names even the wisest lore masters have forgotten. Cirion stands waiting at the summit, his cloak billowing like a storm cloud against the endless blue. Between them lies no table, no scroll, no trappings of courtly ceremony. Only the earth, the sky, and the silence that comes before destiny speaks. When their hands meet, it's not the polished grip of diplomats, but the callous clasp of men who have spent lifetimes holding swords and reins. Cirion's palm is cool despite the sun, his fingers bearing the scars of a dozen battles. Eorl's grip is rougher still, etched with the marks of northern winters and bowstrings drawn too tight. No words are needed. The pact thrums between them, alive as the wind in the grass. Rohan's freedom for Gondor's friendship, given not as vassals but as kin. Then the horns cry out, their brassy voices rolling across the plains like thunder. For a heartbeat, the world seems to hold its breath. The Rohirrim raise their voices in a song older than the hills, a melody of hoofbeats and hearth smoke, while Gondor's soldiers answer with the deep, resonant chants of their city's founding. The mingled harmonies rise, twisting together like vines, and for the first time in living memory, the hill of Amon War feels less like a monument to the past, and more like a threshold to tomorrow. But the sky, ever a fickle witness, darkens at the edges. Clouds boil up from the east, not the soft gray of rain, but a bruised purple-black that swallows the light whole. Cirion's brow furrows as he squints at the horizon, his hand drifting to the hilt of his sword. No storm moves like that, he murmurs. The words are barely audible over the celebrating crowd, but Eorl hears them. He's already counting the miles to their makeshift camp, to the children playing in the grass, to the herds grazing unguarded. A scout stumbles up the slope, her face slick with sweat. Something stirs in the mountains, she gasps, pointing northeast where the peaks bite the sky. Not orcs, not men, shadows with teeth. Her voice cracks on the last word, and the festive music stutters into silence. Eorl doesn't hesitate. He barks orders riders to the flanks, wagons circled, every spear and arrow readied. Cirion's men move with the precision of those who have danced this dance before, their faces grim but unshaken. Yet as the two leaders turn to face the gathering dark, an unspoken truth passes between them. This is no ordinary threat. The timing is too perfect, the malice too precise. Whatever comes slithering from those mountains isn't just testing Rohan's strength. It's mocking the very oath sworn here today. The first cold gust slithers across the hilltop, reeking of wet stone and rotting leaves. Somewhere below, a horse screams. Eorl draws his sword, and the steel sings a note so pure it cuts through the rising panic. He doesn't look back at the frightened faces, at the mothers clutching children to their chests. He looks ahead, where the storm's heart pulses like a wound. Let them come, he says, quiet as a prayer. Let them see what oathbreakers earn. And as if in answer, the clouds split, not with lightning, but with a sound like 1,000 bones snapping. The battle for Rohan's future has begun, not in some distant tomorrow. Now, the first snows come howling down from the misty mountains like a pack of starving wolves, biting deep and leaving no mercy in their wake. What began as a gentle dusting soon becomes a siege, drifts taller than a man, rivers sealed under ice thicker than castle walls, game trails buried until even the sharpest-eyed hunters return empty-handed. The Rohirrim, so proud in their new-built halls, now huddle around sputtering fires, their bellies hollow as abandoned seed pods. Children no longer ask for second helpings. They learn the taste of bark tea and the way hunger gnaws sharper in the dark. It starts with murmurs, a hissed complaint between sisters grinding the last mold-specked grain, a father's bitter joke about kings who promise feasts but deliver frost. Then the whispers find teeth. In the village of Heraudale, 3 families pack their wagons by moonlight, turning their backs on the dream of Rohan to seek Gondor's charity. By the time word reaches Eorl, 6 settlements tremble on the edge of rebellion. He goes to them not with guards, not with threats, but with a saddlebag full of his own rations, hard cheese wrapped in birch bark, strips of venison so thin they're nearly translucent. At each threshold, he kneels in the snow like a supplicant, offering his meager share without flourish or fanfare. To the woman cradling a coughing babe, he gives the last of his honey. To the old carpenter, whose hands shake too badly to hold a chisel, he presses a wedge of cheese with a story attached. This came from the high pastures where my father taught me to rid the wind. Taste it and remember summer will come again. And slowly, stubbornly, the tide turns, not because the hunger lessens, but because a people who have spent lifetimes fleeing from winter's jaws finally have something to stand for. A young mother in Stony Bird captures it best when she snaps at a grumbling neighbor. Would you rather be starving in the north with no hope, or starving here with a future? Her words ripple through the long houses, finding purchase in hearts that had begun to forget why they'd endured so much. Yet Eorl knows this is only the beginning. The true test isn't the cold or the empty larders. It's what comes after, when the thaw reveals how many didn't survive, when the first green shoots push through the mud, and they must choose whether to eat them now or gamble on having enough seed for planting. He rides the borders each dawn, scanning the horizon not for enemies, but for the subtle signs that separate a harsh winter from a deadly one. The way ravens cluster too thickly in the bare oaks, the unnatural silence of wolves who have grown too lean to howl. One evening, as he shelters in a shepherd's ruined bothy, an old man with milky eyes presses a knotted cord into his palm. My grandfather's people used these in the long winter, he rasps. Each knot is a day survived. When the last one's undone, spring comes. Eorl runs his thumb over the ridges, counting. Too many, far too many. But as the wind screams through the cracks in the walls, he feels the cord grow warm in his grip, as if the ones who'd held it before whisper back across the years. This is how legends are made, not in battles, but in the small, stubborn acts of ordinary people refusing to break. By the time he rides home, the first knot is already loose. The first thaw comes not with a fanfare of birdsong, but with the quiet drip of icicles dissolving into mud. Eorl stands at the edge of a half-frozen stream, watching the water carve tentative paths through the ice, tiny victories against winter's grip. The air still carries a bite, but there's a softness to it now, a promise woven into the wind. Children dare to shed their heaviest furs, their laughter ringing across the fields where stubborn patches of snow cling like ghosts. Hope, so long rationed like last season's grain, begins to bloom unchecked. Then the stranger appears. One moment the horizon is empty. The next, a silver-clad figure moves across the plains with the uncanny grace of fog over water. No horse carries him, no armor weighs him down. The Rohirrim stiffen as he approaches, hands drifting to sword hilts, but Eorl raises a palm. There's an old knowing in the way this traveler moves, a rhythm that belongs to elder days, before the maps of men were drawn. The elf's voice, when he speaks, holds the echo of leaves in deep forests and rivers that remember the stars' true names. I bring word from Imladris, he says, and the name alone sends a murmur through the gathered crowd. Even those who have never heard of Elrond's hidden valley feel the weight in the syllables. The message is brief, stripped bare of pretty courtesies. Darkness gathers in the east. Not the petty raiding of orcs, but something older, hungrier, a shadow that stretches long fingers toward Gondor's borders, and by extension, Rohan's. Eorl listens with his arms crossed, his face as unreadable as the standing stones dotting the plains. Inside, though, his thoughts churn like the thaw-swollen rivers. His people are barely healed from the winter's teeth. Their storehouses yawn empty. The first foals of spring still wobble on untested legs. To speak of war now feels like demanding a sapling bear fruit before it's known 3 summers. Yet when the elf falls silent, Eorl does not dismiss him with excuses or pleas for time. He asks the only question that matters. How long? The answer comes wrapped in sorrow. Years, perhaps. Or only seasons. The wind does not reveal its secrets to even the wisest of us. That night, Eorl walks the perimeter of Edora's rising walls, the scent of fresh-cut timber sharp in his nostrils. Laughter spills from the long houses, where families celebrate the end of hunger's reign. Somewhere beyond the firelight, a blacksmith's hammer rings against steel, not a sword, but a plowshare. The sound twists something in Eorl's chest. He finds Hengist by the unfinished gates, sharpening a dagger with methodical strokes. The old warrior doesn't look up. We could ignore the warning, he mutters. Let Gondor fight its own battles. The blade scrapes against the whetstone, a whisper of steel on stone, where we could start stockpiling arrows and praying to forgotten gods. Eorl crouches beside him, picking up a stray wood shaving and turning it between his fingers. There's a third path, he says at last. We prepare, not for war, but for survival. Train every child to ride and shoot, breed horses that can outrun the wind, plant fields deep enough to feed an army, should one ever be needed. He crumbles the wood shaving, letting the pieces fall. Let the shadow come, we'll meet it as riders, not refugees. Dawn finds the elf gone, leaving only a single silver-edged leaf where he'd stood. Eorl tucks it into his belt, a silent promise. The peace of spring is sweet, but he knows better than to mistake a respite for an ending. Some storms give warning before they break. The hall smells of pine smoke and damp wool, the air thick with the tension of a dozen voices, clashing like swords. Eorl leans forward on the rough-hewn table, his fingers tracing the grooves left by generations of chieftains before him. Around him, His counsel is a storm of raised hands and heated words, Hengist slamming his fist against the oak to emphasize the need for stone walls, while Fasted, the youngest rider, argues with the fervor of a man who's spent his life feeling the wind whip past his ears. Walls are for men who fear the open field, he insists, his voice cutting through the din. Our strength is in our horses, in the land itself. Let our enemies break against us like waves on the shore, never knowing where we'll strike next. Eorl lets the debate rage, his silence deliberate. He watches the firelight flicker across the faces of his people, the scarred veterans nodding at Hengist's warnings, the wild-eyed scouts murmuring agreement with Fasted. There's wisdom in both, but kingship means weighing fear against faith, safety against the soul of a people. When he finally speaks, his words come slow and measured, like a rider picking a path through rocky ground. Stone has its uses, he admits, nodding to Hengist, but stone can crumble, stone can be climbed. His gaze shifts to Fasted. Our ancestors didn't conquer these plains by hiding behind walls. They rode them like the wind rides the storm. A map unfurls beneath his hands, its edges frayed from travel. With the tip of his dagger, he points to the high ridges where the land buckles into hills. Here watchtowers, not forts, tall enough to see the smoke of an enemy's fire, but slender enough to vanish into the horizon when the mist rolls in. The blade moves westward, tracing the rivers, and here, patrols that never sleep, riders who know every blade of grass, every dry gully where an ambush might fester. Let our enemies think the very earth speaks for us. The council falls silent, the truth of it settling over them like dawn light. Even Hengist grunts approval, though his jaw stays tight. Eorl knows the old warriors fear that one day the enemy will come in numbers too vast to outrun. But this is the gamble of kings, to plant your flag in the belief that speed and sight can outmaneuver siege engines and marching columns. That freedom, once tasted, is worth any risk. By nightfall, the orders ripple outward like stones dropped in a still pond. Scouts depart for the farthest ridges, their saddlebags heavy with rope and pulleys. Carpenter's eye, the straightest pines, already arguing over which timbers will sing in the wind without groaning. And on the training fields, children too small for swords practice, relaying signals with mirrors and smoke, their laughter sharp as the calls of hunting hawks. Eorl stands alone on the ramparts as the first watchtower's skeleton rises against the stars. Somewhere beyond the darkened plains, shadows may be gathering. But tonight, the only shadows are those cast by his people's hands, busy building not a cage, but a net, one woven to catch the future before it can slip away. The seasons turn like the great wheels of a mill, each revolution grinding the raw edges of Rohan into something smoother, stronger. Under Eorl's steady hand, the fledgling kingdom stretches its roots deep into the soil villages, multiply like wildflowers after rain. Herds of horses grow fat on the endless grass, and the songs sung in the longhouses no longer speak only of loss, but of harvests and first laughs, and the sweet weariness of hard-won peace. Even the scars of that brutal first winter fade, though they never quite vanish. You can still see them in the way mothers tuck extra bread into their children's packs, or how the elders pause to listen for wolves in the wind. Brego, Eorl's son, is a child of this new age. Tall and golden as the summer wheat, he rides as if born in the saddle, his laughter ringing across the training fields where boys half his age strain to match his speed. The old warriors nod approvingly when he passes this prince who carries his father's strength, but none of the shadows that haunt Eorl's eyes. Yet for all his skill, Brego chafes, like a young stallion behind a fence. He dreams of battles while his father builds barns, of glory while Eorl counts sacks of grain. Let me lead the patrols, he begs one evening, his fingers drumming restlessly on the feasting table. The Dunlendings grow bold in the west. They need to remember whose land this is. Eorl's answer is a father's before it is a king's. Strength isn't proven by the sword alone. He pushes a plate of honey cakes toward his son, a peace offering. The land must heal before it can bear another war, but the land has other plans. The news arrives with a rider caked in mud and blood, his horse staggering from exhaustion. Dunlendings, a war party the size of a small army, have razed Brightstead, a settlement nestled in the shadow of the White Mountains. No demands, no warnings, just fire and slaughter. The council erupts, voices crashing like thunder, but Eorl's gaze locks onto Brego, who stands frozen by the hearth. The boy's face is a mask. Then, without a word, he turns on his heel and vanishes into the night. By the time Eorl finds the empty stable, the hoof prints leading west are already cold. No armor, no backup, just a prince's pride and a handful of arrows. The king's hands tighten around his reins until the leather creaks. He knows this rage, has felt it burn in his own veins years ago, when the world was younger and losses cut deeper. But wisdom comes too late for the reckless. Gondor's envoy, lingering over maps in the hall, offers seasoned troops. Hengist volunteers to lead the vanguard. Eorl refuses them all. This is a father's ride, he says, buckling on his sword with hands that don't shake. The words are calm, but the men step back anyway, recognizing the quiet fury of a man who's lost too much already. Dawn hasn't yet grayed the sky when Eorl spurs his horse westward. The wind carries the stench of smoke long before he sees it, a black smear against the horizon where Brightstead once stood. His stomach knots, but it's the silence that chills him. No battle cries, no clash of steel, just crows wheeling lazily over the ruins. Then, from the scorched remains of a watchtower, a single arrow flies not at Eorl, but past him, embedding itself in a gnarled oak. Tied to the shaft is a strip of cloth, green as Rohan's banners, Brego's color, his trail. Eorl's breath comes hard. His son is alive, and foolish enough to think this is a hunt, not a war. Somewhere ahead, the Dunlendings are laughing. They've drawn out the prince like a bear lured by honey. Now they'll take the king too. The old rage stirs, whispering of fire and vengeance. But Eorl clenches his jaw and turns his horse north, toward the high passes where the rivers fork. Let them think him fooled. Let them grow complacent. He knows these lands better than they ever will every hidden gully, every forgotten path. And while they wait to spring their trap, he'll be the shadow at their backs. The crows scatter as he kicks his mount into a gallop. Some races aren't won by speed, but by knowing when to take the longer road. The scent of burning thatch still clings to the wind as Eorl picks his way through the wreckage of the Dunlending ambush. Bodies lie tangled in the bracken, some clad in the rough spun wool of mountain clans, others in the green cloaked garb of Rohan's riders. His pulse hammers in his throat, not from fear, but from the terrible silence. Then, faint as the last ember of a dying fire, A groan rises from the shadow of a fallen oak. Brego lies pinned beneath his horse, his face streaked with ash and blood. The boy's fingers twitch toward the dagger, still embedded in a dead raider's ribs, proof he fought to the last breath. When Eorl kneels to lift the beast's weight, his son's eyes flutter open, glassy with pain, but alight with recognition. They meant to draw you here, Brego rasps, each word costing him. Wanted us both dead on the same field. Eorl's hands, usually so steady, tremble as he binds the gash across Brego's ribs with strips torn from his own cloak. The fabric comes away stained, but the wound is clean, a warrior's scar in the making. You rode like a fool, he murmurs, though the anger has bled out of his voice. Brego's laugh is more cough than sound. Rode like you. His fingers clutch his father's wrist, sticky with half-dried blood. I thought it was about proving I could lead. His gaze drifts to the bodies surrounding them, young riders who followed their prince into folly. The weight of it settles between them, heavier than any crown. A gust stirs the leaves overhead, carrying with it the distant echo of horns, not Rohan's clear calls, but the jagged blasts of Dunlending warbands regrouping in the hills. Too many, too close. Eorl helps Brego onto his own horse, the boy gritting his teeth against the pain. You'll ride double with me, the king says, already scanning the tree line for the safest retreat. Brego shakes his head, nodding toward the east where the first torches of their reinforcements flicker like fireflies. They'll need you here. I'll slow you down. His jaw sets in a way Eorl knows too well, stubborn as stone, proud as the mountains. But there's something new in his eyes too, a hardness forged not in the heat of battle, but in its cold aftermath. Eorl hesitates only a heartbeat before barking orders to the arriving riders. 2 will take Brego home. The rest, they'll hunt, not for vengeance, but to send a message even the mountain clans can't ignore. Rohan's patience is deep, but its wrath runs deeper. As the party splits, Brego sags in the saddle, his voice barely audible over the wind. Next time, I'll listen. Eorl watches his son vanish into the gathering dark, the words lodging like an arrow in his chest. There will be a next time of that, he has no doubt. The horns in the hills grow louder, a chorus of fresh threats. The Dunlendings were never the true danger. They are merely the first ripple of the storm to come. The rumors arrive with the first frost, carried by traders with haunted eyes and shepherds who have seen too many fires on the horizon. A warlord tall as a bear and twice as vicious has been weaving the hill tribes into a noose meant for Rohan's throat. They say he wears a cloak of wolf pelts and carries an axe notched with the marks of a dozen conquered chieftains. They say he whispers promises of fertile lands and plunder to men who have spent too many winters gnawing on hunger, but it's the silence between the words that tightens Eorl's chest. No boasts, no demands, just the slow, patient gathering of storm clouds. That night, in the flickering light of the hall, Eorl traces the grooves of the great map table with a calloused finger. The ink-stained parchment shows Rohan's borders strong and clear, but the lands beyond are a tangle of guesswork and old wives' tales. He knows better than to trust rumors alone, but his scouts haven't returned from the western passes. The absence is louder than any warning horn. Hengist leans over the table, his shadow swallowing half the map. Gondor's got seasoned troops, gathering dust behind their walls. He mutters, tapping the marker for Minas Tirith. call in the oath, Eorl's jaw works. The pact with Cirion was meant for darker days, when shadows stirred in Mordor, not when petty warlords sharpened knives. But the faces around the table tell their own story. Fasted's knuckles white on his dagger, the village elders trading glances heavy with memory. They all remember the Dunlending ambush, the cost of pride mistaken for strength. At dawn, 3 riders thunder eastward, their saddlebags heavy with sealed parchment and Eorl's personal seal, a horse, not rampant in battle, but standing firm. The message is simple. Remember the hill of Amon and war. No pleas, no flattery, just the weight of an oath waiting to be honored. While the riders vanish into the morning mist, Eorl turns to the fields where boys too young for beards fumble with practiced swords. He strides among them, adjusting grips, tilting chins up with the flat of his blade. Again, he says when a strike goes wide, your enemy won't care that your arm's tired. The words aren't cruel, they are a gift. He's seen what happens when steel meets untrained flesh. Days blur into weeks of relentless preparation. Farmers learn to notch arrows between plow strokes. Blacksmiths hammer plowshares back into spearheads. Even the children's games change, racing to tie bandages blindfolded, scrambling up ropes to mimic scaling fortress walls. The warlord's shadow stretches longer with every passing sunset, but Rohan's people don't cower. They adapt. In the quiet hours before dawn, Eorl walks the empty training yards, his boots scuffing the dirt where 100 footprints have churned the earth to mud. Somewhere beyond the mountains, Gondor's council debates. Somewhere closer, a warlord counts his spears. But here, now, there's only the wind and the work. He picks up a discarded shield, its paint still fresh, and presses his forehead to the cool wood. They'll be ready, not because they want war, but because they've finally learned the cost of being unprepared. The first snowflakes of winter drift down as the watchfires burn through the night. The banners of Gondor shimmer like silver fish in a sunlit river as their columns wind down from the eastern hills, their speartips catching the late afternoon light. Beside them, the green and gold of Rohan's riders seems to pulse with life, a sea of grass given human form. The sight should stir pride, but Eorl feels only the weight of the moment pressing against his ribs. This is the first test of the oath sworn on Amon and war, and the air hums with unspoken questions. Will Gondor's steel hold when the blood starts flowing? Will Rohan's riders remember they fight as allies now, not beggars? The camp sprawls along the riverbank, a patchwork of languages and campfire songs. Gondor's officers move with the crisp precision of men who have drilled for this their whole lives, while Rohirrim youths gawk at the intricate engravings on their armor. Eorl watches a gangly stable boy trade a handful of dried apples for a swig of southern wine, the boy's eyes widening at the unfamiliar spice on his tongue. Such small moments matter more than any grand speech. These are the threads that will weave two peoples into one shield wall when dawn comes. As the sun sinks, Eorl walks the perimeter. Not as a king inspecting troops, but as a storyteller visiting old friends. He pauses by a cluster of young riders from Snowbourne, their faces taut with nerves. My grandfather fought here, he says, crouching to stir the fire with a stick. Sparks rise like fleeing stars, not against men, but against the river itself, when the spring melt tried to swallow their herds whole. The flames paint shadows across his palms as he mimes the old man's tale, how they'd lashed ropes to the horns of their sturdiest oxen and forged a living bridge through the torrent. Stubbornness runs deeper than water in our blood, he finishes, and the laughter that follows is looser, brighter. Near the picket lines, he finds a grizzled Gondorian sergeant teaching Rohirrim scouts how to rid the enemy's markings on captured shields. Eorl listens as the man's accent bends around northern words, as the riders lean in, forgetting for a moment whose land birthed whom. When the sergeant spots him and stiffens, Eorl merely nods and tosses a wineskin into the circle. Save some thirst for tomorrow, he advises, and the tension melts like frost before flame. The last firelight flickers on Brego's face as Eorl finds him sharpening his sword, the whetstone's rhythm as steady as a heartbeat. No words pass between them, just a hand on the shoulder, a shared glance at the scar beneath Brego's ribs where the Dunlending dagger bit deep. Some lessons need no retelling. By midnight, even the sentry's footsteps grow sparse. Eorl stands at the river's edge, watching the Isen's dark waters swallow the reflections of the stars. Somewhere beyond the far bank, the enemy's watchfires glow like wolf eyes in the dark. The wind carries the scent of damp earth and the metallic tang of oiled blades. Tomorrow, this water will run red, but tonight, it murmurs the oldest truth of all. Rivers remember every battle fought in their embrace, yet they never choose sides. They simply endure. He turns back toward camp, where 100 fires burn low. Let the Warlord come with his boasts and his banners. The land itself has already whispered its verdict. Dawn cracks open like a wound across the horizon, painting the battlefield in hues of fire and rust. Eorl's breath plumes in the frigid air as he raises his sword, the blade catching the first light, a signal mirrored down the line by 100 lifted spears. The horns sound not as a call to battle, but as a song. The land itself seems to answer, the very earth trembling under the thunder of hooves. The Rohirrim charge is a living thing, a wave of horseflesh and steel rolling toward the Warlord's ragged lines. The first impact is a cacophony of splintering shields and screamed oaths. Eorl's sword finds a throat before he's even registered the face behind the beard, the hot spray of blood painting his stallion's neck. Around him, the battle dissolves into fragments, a Gondorian archer picking off raiders with methodical precision, a Rohirrim rider dragged from his saddle only to rise with a dagger in his teeth, a Dunlending chieftain bellowing orders until a spear silences him mid-roar. The riverbank churns to mud beneath the chaos, its waters turning the color of old wine. For a heartbeat, it feels like victory. The Warlord's center buckles, his warriors scrambling backward over their own dead. Eorl allows himself a single glance toward Brego, holding the left flank with the reckless fury of youth, his green cloak dark with sweat and gore. Then the world tilts. A scream rips through the din, not from ahead, but from the rear. Eorl wheels his horse in time to see the trap spring. A fresh tide of warriors pours from the tree line, their armor mismatched but their axes gleaming with intent. These aren't hill tribesmen. These are mercenaries, their faces scarred by battles fought for whoever pays in silver or slaughter. The Rohirrim's flank crumples like parchment in a fist. Hengist's voice cuts through the bedlam, raw as a fresh wound. Pincers, he snarls, and Eorl understands. The Warlord never meant to win the river. He meant to bait them into a killing ground. The air thickens with the stench of burning pitch as fire arrows arc over the fray, igniting the dry reeds along the bank. Smoke stings Eorl's eyes, but worse is the sound, the panicked whinnies of horses, the wet crunch of steel meeting bone, the awful silence of men dying too fast to scream. He spurs his mount toward the collapsing flank, his sword arm burning with fatigue, but the tide is already turning. A Gondorian standard dips as its bearer falls. A Rohirrim banner vanishes under a swarm of axes. Then, from the smoke, a figure emerges taller than the rest, his wolf pelt cloak flaring like wings. The Warlord, his gaze locks onto Eorl's across the carnage, and in that moment, the battle narrows to a single truth. Kings and warlords don't win wars. They merely decide who pays the price. Eorl tightens his grip on the reins. The river won't save them now, only blood will. Brego's voice cracks through the smoke like a whip, raw with the strain of command. To me, he wheels his stallion, its flanks streaked with foam and blood, and raises his sword high, not in defiance, but as a beacon. The reserves, young riders with terror in their eyes and fire in their veins, surge forward like a river breaking its banks. Their charge isn't the disciplined hammer blow of seasoned warriors. It's something wilder, fiercer. A boy barely old enough to shave drives his spear through a mercenary's throat, his scream more triumph than terror. A girl with her braid half torn, loose drags a wounded Gondorian behind the lines, her hands steady even as her breath comes in sobs. The tide of battle shudders, then shifts not with the clean precision of strategy, but with the messy, glorious desperation of those who have realized they have more to lose than their lives. Across the field, Eorl feels the momentum change like a shift in the wind. His sword arm burns where a spear grazed it, the blood slicking his grip, but the pain is distant, unimportant. Before him, the Warlord finally emerges from the fray, his wolf pelt cloak matted with gore, his axe dripping red. Their eyes meet, and the clamor of battle fades to a dull roar. No words are exchanged, none are needed. This dance was written the moment the first torch touched Brightstead's thatch. The first clash of steel rings out like a bell tolling doom. Eorl's blade meets the Warlord's axe in a shower of sparks, the impact jolting up his arm like lightning. They circle, two old wolves testing for weakness. The Warlord strikes first a brutal overhead swing that would have split Eorl's skull had he not twisted aside, countering with a slash that carves a furrow across the man's ribs. The Warlord snarls, spitting blood, but his grin never wavers. He knows what Eorl does. Kings and warlords may command battles, but duels are won by hunger. And the Warlord's hunger is a bottomless thing, fed on a lifetime of taking what wasn't his. Eorl's next parry comes a heartbeat too slow. The axe bites deep into his shoulder, and the world whites out in agony. He stumbles, his knee hitting the mud, the taste of copper flooding his mouth. Somewhere beyond the ringing in his ears, he hears Brego shouting, hears the distant thunder of hooves, but they might as well be leagues away. The Warlord looms over him, raising his axe for the killing stroke. Then Eorl remembers the river, not the Isen, choked with corpses today, but the snowmelt swollen torrent of his youth, the one that had tried to claim his father's herd. The old man's words echo across the years. When the water wants to drown you, don't fight its strength, use it. With a roar, Eorl drives his sword upward, not at the Warlord's flesh, but at the haft of his axe. The steel bites deep into the wood, wrenching the weapon from the man's grip. In the heartbeat of surprise that follows, Eorl surges to his feet, his wounded shoulder screaming protest. His sword finds its mark not with the flourish of a hero's tale, but with the brutal efficiency of a farmer gutting a wolf that's come for his sheep. The warlord crumples, his grin finally fading, his pelt cloak soaking up the mud. Around them, the battle stutters to a halt. Mercenaries glance at each other, then melt into the tree line. Hill tribesmen throw down their axes, their faces slack with disbelief. The silence that follows isn't the quiet of victory, but the hollow stillness of a storm past. Eorl sags against Brego's shoulder when his son reaches him, his breath coming in ragged gasps. The boy's hands are trembling, but his voice is steady. It's done. Eorl looks across the field, at the bodies of the wounded being carried to the river's edge, at the banners of Rohan and Gondor, side by side in the wind. No, he murmurs, pressing a bloody hand to Brego's chest. Right over the scar the boy will one day tell his own children about. This is just the beginning. The hall of Meduseld smells of crushed herbs and slow-burning pine, the air thick with the murmurs of healers and the low crackle of the hearth. Outside, laughter and song rise from the fields where the people of Rohan celebrate their victory. Ale flows like river water. Children dance with ribbons dyed in spring colors, and old warriors clink cups with Gondor's soldiers, their voices rough with shared pride. But inside, the light is softer, the voice is hushed. Eorl lies propped on furs, his face as pale as the linen bandages wrapped around his shoulder, though his eyes still burn with the same fire that once led a people across mountains. Brego kneels beside him, one hand gripping his father's wrist, the other clenched so tight his knuckles gleam white. He's still in his battle-stained tunic, the green cloth stiff with dried blood, some his, some the warlord's. Around them, the family gathers, Eorl's sister pressing a damp cloth to his brow, his oldest friend Hengist standing guard at the door like he could ward off death itself with sheer stubbornness. Even the Gondorian captain lingers in the shadows, his helmet tucked respectfully under his arm. Eorl's voice, when it comes, is rasping but clear. Bring me the rod. The words send a ripple through the room. The rod, a simple length of oak, polished smooth by generations of hands, is more than a scepter. It's the weight of a kingdom. Brego's breath hitches as it's placed across his palms, the grain warm from the firelight. Listen well, Eorl murmurs, his fingers brushing the scar on Brego's ribs, the one they both know should have killed him. A king's strength isn't measured in battles won, but in the peace he leaves behind. His gaze drifts to the open window, where the sound of revelry drifts in on the breeze. They'll sing of this day, but tomorrow they'll need bread. Next winter they'll need shelter when the shadow comes again, and it will. They'll need a leader who thinks beyond the sword. Brego's throat works, but no words come. He bows his head, the rod trembling in his grip. Eorl smiles then, faint but true. You'll stumble, you'll rage. You'll wake some nights doubting every choice. His hand finds Brego's cheek, calluses catching on stubble. But the land remembers, boy, it knows its own. The fire pops, sending up a shower of sparks. Outside, someone begins a new song, a ballad of the Isen stand, already embroidered with embellishments. Inside, the silence is softer, fuller, Hengist shifts, his armor creaking. The Gondorian captain bows deep, one hand over his heart, and Eorl, his eyes close, just for a moment, lulled by the distant music. Not the end, but the passing of a torch, one that will light the way for generations yet to ride. The weight of the horn presses against Brego's hip as he climbs the slope of Amon War, each step stirring the scent of crushed time beneath his boots. It's lighter than he expected, this relic of his father's reign, its silver bands worn smooth by decades of touch. The morning mist clings to the plains below, softening the edges of the world, and for a breath, he feels Eorl's presence like a hand on his shoulder. Not guiding, not judging, just waiting. At the summit, the wind rushes up to meet him, tugging at his cloak with the same restless energy that once drove the Rohirrim across mountains. He unslings the horn, its curve fitting against his palm, as if grown there. No fanfare marks this moment. No council of elders watches. Only the land bears witness as he lifts the instrument to his lips and blows. A sound deeper than battle cries, richer than lament. It rolls across the hills, stirring hawks from their perches, echoing in the hollows where shepherds pause mid-step. When the last note fades, Brego kneels, pressing his forehead to the sun-warmed stone. The words come unbidden, rough with the weight of their truth. I will not ride in your shadow, Father. His fingers dig into the earth, cool and alive beneath his nails. But I will ride with your wisdom in my saddlebags. The promise isn't carved in parchment or sealed with wax. It's woven into the wind itself, carrying east toward Gondor's towers and west to the Dunlending hills, a warning and an invitation all at once. Below, the grasses ripple like a great beast, stirring in its sleep. Somewhere out there, foals nuzzle their mothers in dew-laden meadows. Blacksmiths pump bellows for the first forge fires of the day. Children roll dice carved from antler, their laughter too distant to hear but near enough to feel. This is what kingship means now, not just swords and oaths, but the quiet tending of 1,000 fragile threads. Brego rises, his knees leaving twin impressions in the soil. The horn finds its place at his belt once more, its weight familiar now. As he turns toward Edoras, the rising sun paints the path ahead in gold, and for the first time since the pyre's smoke darkened the sky, he breathes easy. The land remembers, and so will he. The tale of Rohan's founding doesn't truly end. It settles into the earth like roots, woven into the rhythm of hoofbeats and the rustle of golden grass. Generations pass, and the stories grow richer with each retelling, polished smooth as river stones by the tongues of bards and grandmothers alike. Children in Edoras still lean in close when the fire burns low, wide-eyed, as elders speak of Eorl's great ride, of the oath sworn beneath Gondor's banners, of the winter that nearly broke them. But these aren't just tales of the past. They're a mirror held up to every Rohirrim who ever lifted a sword or a plow, whispering, "This is who you are." The land itself remembers. Ride the plains at dusk, and you might catch it, the way the wind hums through the abandoned watchtowers, how the rivers still flow along paths carved by the hooves of Eorl's herds. Even the stones seem to murmur if you press your palm to them long enough. Farmers turning the soil still uncover arrowheads blackened by old fires, and sometimes, when the light slants just right, the hills cast shadows that look like charging horsemen. Yet Rohan's strength was never just in its legends. It's in the way a farmer's son, too young for a beard but old enough to know grief, picks up his father's sword when raiders come. It's in the mothers who sing lullabies about courage instead of fear, in the blacksmiths who hammer plowshares into spearheads and back again without complaint. The shadow of Mordor may stretch long in the east, and new warlords may rise hungry from the hills, but the people of the Mark have learned the lesson written in Eorl's scars. Endurance isn't about never bending. It's about bending and rising. So when the bards strum their harps and voices rise in the hall of Meduseld, the songs aren't just about kings and battles. They're about the seamstress who mended banners by moonlight, the stable hand who fed the last of his oats to a starving foal, the healer who pressed her ear to the earth to listen for distant hoofbeats. The spirit of the horse lords lives in these small, stubborn acts as much as in the flash of swords. And if you stand very still on the western plains, where the wind never sleeps, you might hear it, an echo of horns, a tremor in the ground like distant thunder. Not a warning, not a dirge, a promise, carried on the same wind that once filled Eorl's green banner. We are still here.